Some of them are more tender like basil, they don't keep as long, but sturdy ones like cilantro and parsley will last for a long time. All right. And then last but not least, I've got toasted pecans. I've already chopped them, and I toasted these on a plate in the microwave. It takes almost no time, and if you do it in sort of 30-second bursts, there's very little danger of burning them, which I have done too many times in the oven. All right, our Waldorf pasta salad is all set to go. It can be enjoyed right away or refrigerated for a couple hours until you're ready to serve it. Whether you want to jazz up a brunch, lunch, or casual dinner menu, I hope today's ideas have whet your appetite for something a little bit different. Whether you try the really lovely peas and mint on toast, this scrumptious
We'll start in 1 minute. Thank you. Merci. Welcome. Bonjour tout le monde. As we begin our meeting today, and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. Just before we rise for a moment of personal reflection, I would like to ask members of council to join me this morning in remembering and honoring the life of Margaret Rywak, a longtime councillor and community leader in Nepean. Margaret served as Knoxdale-Merivale councillor from 1976 to 1978 and again from 1994 to 2000. She also represented our community as a regional councillor from 1978 to 1985. L'engagement de Margaret pour Nepean va au-delà de ses fonctions officielles.
The commitment of Margaret to her official functions.
In recognition of her significant contributions, the Margaret Rywak Community Centre in Mannerdale stands as a tribute to her enduring impact.
During her 3 elections to the regional council, she always received great support, which really clearly shows the confidence and the respect that she gained from her voters.
Leadership and a solid commitment to the people of Nepean. In the words of former Nepean Mayor Mary Pitt, Margaret truly went above and beyond her role as a city councillor. So as we rise now, for those who are able, please rise. In a moment of personal reflection, let's remember Margaret Rywak. Thank you. Merci. And please remain standing for our national anthem, and I'll ask Councillor Lowe to introduce our performers.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. The Salvation Army has been a part of the Barrhaven community since 2009, with programming operating out of a strip plaza in Councillor Hill's ward and other regular meetings at an elementary school in my ward. After much delay and anticipation, they finally opened a new facility earlier this year on Bill Leatham Drive in Ward 24, serving not only as a meeting and programming space for them, but also a space for the wider community, regardless of their background. They have been steadfast in their dedication and support for the Barrhaven community as friends, neighbors, and peers, for which I am very grateful. A part of the brass band joins us today for an instrumental performance of O Canada.
Thank you very. Hello. Thank you very much for that excellent performance. Very much appreciated. We have a special presentation before we start our council meeting this morning. Nous avons une présentation.
We have a special presentation before we start the council meeting this morning.
Manager Wendy Stephenson to join me, along with Riley Brockington, Councillor Brockington, Chair of Emergency and Protective Services, along with Kim Ayotte, General Manager of Emergency and Protective Services. Would you all please join me? Oh, welcome to you as well. Yes.
My wife Helen.
Kim brought a guest, his wife Helen. Great to have you here. It's important to share these moments. So today we have the honor and the pleasure of celebrating Kim's many career accomplishments before he retires. Aujourd'hui, nous avons l'honneur de célébrer.
Today we have the honor to celebrate the numerous professional accomplishments of Kim before he retires.
Over the past 35 years. So this is a story that goes back to 1989, the year that Kim started his career in public service. And just to put that in context, that's when the Sky Dome opened, which is now the Rogers Centre in Toronto. And, you know, Kim, you've done such a great job over that time, leading your team and leading multiple teams through some of the most difficult and highest stress scenarios that anybody could face. So, for example, let's talk about an event that happened in the Byward Market when there was a 4-alarm fire in the Byward Market. Par exemple, la fois où il y a
for example, the time when there was a fire in the Byward Market.
Fire crews were desperately working to contain the flames that were ripping through Vittoria Trattoria restaurant. It was intense, but as always, Kim kept his calm. Inside, he feared that the blaze would spread and start to engulf other buildings and potentially a huge part of the market. But he knew that the team could do the job. Il savait que son équipe pouvait arrêter.
He knew that his team would be able to put the fire out.
To make sure he didn't add to the pressure that the crew was already facing. So Kim stepped up to the media and said, yes, we will probably have this under control in an hour or so. But of course, behind him, the flames were shooting up, the roof was on fire, and Kim looked back and said, there's nothing to worry about. Firefighters will have it under control shortly. So no pressure. But the genius of Kim's approach in that moment, and so many others, is that it projects a strong sense of confidence in a crisis. The people under Kim needed to know that their leader believed in them, even if they felt like things were spiraling out of control. They needed to trust Kim and trust that he would coach them through the most difficult situations. Ils avaient besoin de faire confiance à Kim pour les.
They needed to trust Kim to support them in the most difficult situations.
Kind of leader who would have their back. And that's Kim, working hard, leading with integrity, and putting trust in his teams. He knew that there was no emergency that they could not handle, and he made sure to foster that belief throughout the culture of the workplace. Il savait qu'il n'y avait pas d'urgence.
He knew that there was no emergency that they would be unable to deal with. He made sure that this became part of the general culture.
Such an incredible leader. Thank you for your public service to our community. Thank you for believing in the people that you've had the opportunity to lead over the course of your career. And I want to thank Kim's family who are represented here today. Helen, thank you for your patience. I'm sure there were many nights where you were waiting up, many days when an urgent call would come in and take Kim away from you. So thank you for your commitment to public service as well. To Kim's son Logan and his wife Audrey, and to his daughter Sylvie and her partner Adam, thank you as well for supporting Kim as he managed a very, very challenging job. So Kim, I know that you have a lot to look forward to in retirement, and I know your family will be looking forward to having more of you around and maybe watching you pore over the Princess Auto catalog. Is that a thing you do? or coming up with a new place somewhere in the world that you want to explore, or pulling your family along on another outdoor backcountry adventure. So you have a lot to look forward to, and we wish you the very best in your retirement. Thank you again for your dedication and your professionalism and your service to our community. Merci beaucoup. And I'll now ask Wendy Stephenson to say a few words. Wendy?
Thank you very much, Mayor Sutcliffe, and good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. I want to start by echoing Mayor Sutcliffe's sentiments and thanking Kim for dedicating 35 years of public service. Kim, this is a truly remarkable accomplishment. Congratulations, félicitations. And I think we all know that Kim didn't start his career at the City of Ottawa, but we're very fortunate that you decided to join us in is meeting me at the time, very first time that we actually met. And I can tell you that when we met and I saw the qualities in Kim, he has continued those throughout his career, and I see that to this day. And Kim continued to rise during his time as chief in 2018. When he became chief, he made exceptional contributions to our community, and he played in keeping our residents and our city safe. And throughout his time at Ottawa Fire Services, Kim built that reputation of being a tremendous leader. And you've heard the mayor talk about the story from the fire in the Byward Market, but I have another story that I think really illustrates Kim's exceptional leadership here at the city. And it was September 2018, and Kim had not been in the role of fire chief for too long. He was at his cottage, and after having worked 3 weeks straight, so not taking any time whatsoever, an intense storm had just come through the area when Kim received a call. I think we all remember this. A tornado had just plowed through the Dunrobin area, as well as several other neighborhoods in Ottawa. And Kim, who you are, you did not give that call a second thought. You got into your car and you drove back to assess the scene. And you'll all remember the devastation that this weather event had on our residents, had on our community, such a significant impact to the city as a whole. And for some people, their lives were turned upside down. And Kim, again, was able to provide that sense of calm for those, affected, and his teams were there assisting everybody and responding to the situation. And, as Kim regularly does, he went that extra mile to help people in their time of need. And one of the volunteer firefighters had lost his house. It was gone in Dunrobin from the tornado. And Kim had a house. It was actually located in Dunrobin, was fine, also for sale at the time. And Kim was living with his wife downtown in their condo. And Kim, and I'm going to say in his family, being who they are, offered that house to the volunteer firefighters so they had a safe place to stay. And, the family stayed there until they found permanent accommodations. And Kim, that is just in essence in terms of who you are and what you do. And, this type of compassion and leadership we experience it every day. And this is just one example of that. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention Kim's sense of humor and his positive energy. We see that every day in his job and what he brings to the table. But undoubtedly, being the fire chief is not an easy job. And Kim has this wonderful ability to reassure his team, residents, and the community that things are going to be okay, even in the toughest of situations. And Kim, was able to bring that to his role of General Manager of Emergency and Protective Services, which he began in 2021. And Kim has done excellent work at the helm of the city's emergency response. Think of the pandemic, the demonstration in our downtown core, several unprecedented severe weather events, and 2 major explosions. Again, Kim brings that calm leadership to all of these emergency situations, and it's something that I know I will never forget. I also appreciate Kim's outstanding leadership around the senior leadership table. He's always been willing to step in and help out in all situations with all issues, and it's really a great example about what Team Ottawa is all about. And I know how much the people who Kim works with mean to him. I see them all sitting here and recognizing you today, Kim, which is fantastic, and it's wonderful. You've had a big impact on so many people in our organization as well as our community. And I think one of Kim's biggest beliefs is the importance of treating people with respect. And Kim, I can tell you, you have succeeded in that goal. And I'd like to take this opportunity today to thank Kim's family, and his wife, Helen, is here with us today, for your unwavering support of Kim throughout his career. And finally, Kim, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to you. Thank you for your exceptional dedication, not only to the residents of Ottawa, but to the entire organization. You will be missed, and we wish you all the best in your very well-deserved retirement. Thank you. Merci.
So we're going to present Kim now with something to take home with him from that event that I described in the Byward Market. Thank you so much. That's beautiful. And now let's hear from Kim himself. Kim Ayotte.
Okay, I'll be very, very quick. First and foremost, the mayor's comment about Princess Auto, and some of you have heard this already before, their new catalog came out, right? And on it, it says, work hard and play hard. And my copy now has work hard stroked out of it. That's why he mentioned Princess Auto. It's also my favorite store because I like to work on motors, and I have a motor for every season, as most of my friends know. And I think that, I'm not going to be bored. I am going to have a blast. The reason Helen came up with me today is because she's the reason every step of the way that I've succeeded is because of her. But let me start by thanking all council members, Mr. Mayor, for the very, very difficult job that you have. I recognize that. My goal was always to try and help you be successful just as you've treated me with the respect, and I thank you for that. And I felt that collectively we've been able to deal with some sticky issues, and for all of your work, I just wanted to say thank you very much. It's not an easy job, and we know it, and you've done great. You've done great. You've done good, too. But as for SLT, these are my colleagues. These are the people I've worked with. I got to tell you, there is nobody that works harder in the city of Ottawa, except for maybe the mayor. But there's the SLT, they're an amazing group of people. And I can tell you this job is 24/7, 365. You never let it go. You're stuck to your phone. And I know this because they're calling me after hours and on weekends all the time. But for your camaraderie, for your friendship, for your sound advice, and just for you being who you are and what you presented to what you do for the city, thank you very much. And I truly appreciate that. With regards to my DLT, the fire chief, the paramedic chief, the bylaw director, the director of public safety, the manager of policy development, and all of my staff in the general manager's office, they're amazing. And you know what? If you surround yourself with amazing people, you look amazing. So I've been lucky to be surrounded by amazing people. And I got to tell you, every good thing that's ever happened in the city from an emergency perspective, they're the reason. My DLT and those people are the reason we had the good results. For all the bad things that happen in the city, you can blame me, especially when I'm gone. The reality is I've been very, very lucky to be surrounded by great people, and I thank you for that, and you've been tremendous. And then finally, to my wife, Helen. Actually, before I get to my wife, I just want to thank the people at the pointy end of the stick, the actual first responders, the frontline firefighters, the frontline paramedics, the firefighters who were on the nozzle during those difficult times, and the paramedics who are actually dealing with those traumatic situations where victims need their help immediately to save their lives. For the bylaw officers that have a very, very difficult job of, trying to answer to complaints, because we answer on a complaint base, and then find that both sides, there's a domestic dispute somewhere in the neighborhood or a dispute somewhere in the neighborhood, and neither side is ever going to be happy with how things are dealt with. Extremely difficult job. And you know what? They do it with professionalism, and they do a great job at it. So please be kind to our bylaw officers. They are doing an amazing job, and they're fabulous people. Policy development. We all know how difficult that is, right? So Valerie's team, they work very, very hard at trying to make sure that we make good decisions with good public consultation, and that if we create new bylaws, that they're needed, that they're not just there because we think it's needed, that it's actually needed. From a public safety perspective, emergency management, oh my God, we can just start rhyming off all of the many tornadoes, the many floods, the derecho we had, all of the different events that we've had, and our Office of Emergency Management's been tremendous. And our administrative staff, they've supported me all the way. They made me look good. So thanks to all of them. Sorry, now I'm going to get to my wife, who's the absolute most important person in the world. And she's beautiful, and that's why I brought her up here, not just because she's beautiful, but because she's the reason I've been successful. Come on up. And I just wanted to introduce the public to my wife. And she's been there every step of the way, and for that, I just wanted to say thank you, honey, and I love you.
Thank you.
All right, excellent.
I have something for you today.
Oh, no.
And this is significant.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Sorry, I have to get back to work.
Yeah, you're not done yet. One more council meeting. Once again, Kim Ayotte. Merci beaucoup, Kim. Félicitations. Okay, I will now ask the council coordinator to do a roll call, please.
Councillor Luloff.
Present.
Councillor Dudas.
Present.
Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Present.
Councillor Johnson. Councillor Devine.
Here.
Councillor Bradley.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor Plant.
See.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Here.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Giroux.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Councillor DeRush.
Here.
Councillor Hubley.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Present.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
You have quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Confirmation of minutes from the council meeting of the 29th of May. Is that carried? Any declarations of interest? Note the other communications received on the agenda. Are there any regrets? I was not given any regrets, so motion to introduce reports. Councillor Bradley?
That the report from the Ottawa Community Housing Corporation entitled Annual General Meeting of the Shareholder of Ottawa Community Housing Corporation, OCHC, Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee Report 14, Finance and Corporate Services Committee Report 15, Transit Commission and Light Rail Subcommittee Joint Report 2, and the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act, Explanation Requirements, at the City Council meeting of May 29th, 2024 be received and considered.
Is that carried? Thank you. Item 11 is the annual general meeting of the Ottawa Community Housing Corporation, which we'll hold for a presentation. Item 12.1 is a motion from Councillor Brown on the Living Snow Fence Pilot Program. Is that carried? Item 13.1, capital adjustments and closing of projects for the city and tax and rate supported. Is that carried? 13.2, the 2024 tax and rate operating and capital budget Q1 status. Is that carried? Item 13.3 is 2023 procurement year in review. Is that received? Item 13.4 is the Adasoke project update. Is that received? Item 13.5, rapport annuel 2023 sur les services en français.
Annual
Is that
report
carried?
on French language services.
Item 13.6, 100 Constellation Drive, option to purchase. Is that carried? Item 14.1 is the Stage 2 Light Rail Transit Project. Is that received? And the bulk consent agenda, is that carried? Okay, we will go back to item 11, which is the annual general meeting of the shareholder of Ottawa Community Housing Corporation, and we'll welcome our guests from Ottawa Community Housing and thank them for everything they have been doing for our community. And Councillor Kavanagh, as the chair of OCH, I'll hand it off to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Bonjour, good morning. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge that we are gathered on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin Nation. An inclusive organization, OCH values the contribution that Inuit, Métis, and other Indigenous peoples have made and continue to make, both in shaping and strengthening this community, province, and country. As chair of OCH Board of Directors, it's a privilege to join Stéphane here to talk about OCH's 2023 annual report. And I want to take this opportunity to give special thanks to my council colleagues on OCH board, Councillors Plante, Gower, and Carr, who continue to dedicate their time to advance affordable housing, as well as the OCH management team, many of whom are here today, and work very, very hard for the organization. Je voudrais dire quelques mots
I'd like to say a couple of words before I introduce our CEO, Stéphane Giguère, who will talk about the annual report.
At OCH is constantly staying ahead of the curve in planning and building more affordable homes. We all know the centralized social housing registry waitlist sits at about 12,000 lives. Something you do not know is that also is in the 2023 OCH report is that 1,200 new households were welcomed in to OCH. Development, high level, innovative, leading to results. By staying ahead of the curve, OCH is continuing to build and acquire a significant amount of new housing to help meet the city's new needs and targets. I'm impressed with how we have reframed the conversation around building more homes as a nonprofit provider. This change in thinking, has allowed construction progress to really push ahead. I'll talk about safety. Part of the ongoing effort to support safe communities, OCH has a dedicated team of community safety workers. For over 15 years, they have provided a valuable community service, but the needs have evolved, just as they have evolved everywhere in the city. We thank the city for providing a one-time $1.5 million funding to support OCH's safety services for 2024. This funding is helping to maintain services for the year ahead and is helping to reinstate some proactive measures in communities experiencing higher volume of challenges. The need for permanent operating funding remains a critical part of enhancing community safety. As OCH cannot tackle community safety issues alone, we appreciate the support from Ottawa Police, Ottawa Fire Services, Ottawa Paramedics, and city agency partners like Hydro Ottawa, Ottawa Public Library, and Ottawa Public Health, who work with us on many initiatives for tenants. Thank you to my council colleagues and many city employees who have helped strengthen these partnerships. When you look at the annual report, you'll see that OCH has taken over 315,000 calls, thanks to their 24/7 call center, completed over 77,000 response work orders, received an overall tenant satisfaction rate of 86% from 28,600 tenant survey responses. The 2023 annual report shares many highlights from the year filled with opportunity, innovation, and determination to improve communities and provide people with a place to call home. I will now pass this over to OCH's CEO, Stéphane Giguère. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. We really appreciate your dedication. And good morning, Your Worship, Mayor Sutcliffe and City Council. Au nom des employés, des bénévoles et des quelques 33 000 maintenant
volunteers and some 33,000 tenants, I'm pleased to be here this morning to introduce our annual report.
Of the teamwork that goes into supporting tenants and delivering results for people who need a quality and an affordable place to call home. Affordable housing is one of the most pressing priorities across Canada. With a bright light shining on this issue, our team is persistently navigating new opportunities to continue delivering meaningful progress. Imagine a future where the struggle to find an affordable housing becomes a thing of the past. This annual report tells the story of our new mission, more than a home because we care. After extensive community engagement, including the participation of many city employees, many of you, in fact, OCH released its new strategic plan, which is filled with ambitious and practical goals for growth and continued success. From this consultation, two consistent themes have emerged: collaboration and alignment. These will improve ways to deliver better results for the people we serve. Ottawa Community Housing has launched the Complex Care Housing Strategy, which is crucial to our efforts to provide safe and affordable housing for everyone. This approach focuses on ways to better support residents most at risk of returning to homelessness, more specifically tenants who may be experiencing chronic homelessness, living with mental and physical health challenges, living with disabilities, or a substance use disorder. Like many local partners, including supportive housing providers, we have recognized that a number of people residing in community housing are experiencing considerable challenges living independently. Community housing providers across the province are feeling this emergency challenge, and many are drawing inspiration and guidance from our complex care housing approach and strategy. An ongoing priority for Ottawa Community Housing is maintaining quality homes. Completing multi-million-dollar capital work projects is a monumental task that demands the dedication of a skilled and a hard-working team. And thank you, team, they are here. I'm grateful to my colleagues for delivering these projects and all the ongoing responsive, proactive, and preventative maintenance work needed to maintain a portfolio of our size. I was honored to see Ottawa's Fire Chief applaud our fire life safety plan and proactive approach to emergency preparedness, which helps to ensure residents' safety and comfort during those emergencies. As an accountable organization, OCH engaged Ernst & Young as auditors. I am pleased to report that they provided an unqualified audit opinion affirming that our 2023 financial statements were fair, accurate, and consistent. Furthermore, OCH has the proven capacity and expertise to maintain the current community housing portfolio and develop affordable housing solutions that meet the terms of council priorities. We have also recently completed 2 acquisitions in the private sector. This is one cost-effective way to protect existing affordable housing in Ottawa, prevent renovation, and ensure that people have affordable rents for the long term. In 2023, we started the construction of the second phase of Mosaic, and Mekinac community is nearing completion. You may have seen some of our cranes along the 417. OCH is currently designing and constructing more than 900 homes. We take pride of being a significant economic force in Ottawa. In fact, those constructions are creating 5,000 jobs, and they are creating an economic stimulus near $1 billion. It's very significant what we are undertaking. Also, very important, tenant engagement. Tenant engagement remains at the heart of our community building efforts. I am proud that our team prioritizes innovation and collaboration to achieve our goals and getting things done. In closing, I would like to present a short video that has truly inspired me and many in our communities. It pays tribute to the hundreds, and I say hundreds, of remarkable tenant volunteers who bring so much spirit and vitality to to their communities. The video, please. She's smiling. So we may have it on the other side, but there's a lag. If the video is not running, do
you want to?
Okay, so what we could do is to share this video with council.
Well, we're all just trying to live there, you know, so just trying to make it a bit easier for everybody. Yeah, you know.
To help other people to realize that they are valuable too.
I like to help people, and that's so.
I live alone, been alone for a long time, and it's nice to be with people.
Because it's in me to help the community.
I feel I have a mission field. My mission field is to love my community as much as I can.
I get smiles, and people are happy, and I want them to be happy. Now I'm being called sunshine by some of them. Oh dear.
We make new friends. I volunteer because I enjoy doing it.
Because I like being with people, talking with people.
It's a lot of fun when you get involved. It's a lot of fun. You get to see people, you get to help when they need help. And you feel needed, you feel wanted.
Thank you once again, Mayor, Councilors, Board of Directors, and City staff, Paul, Wendy, Team Ottawa, Team OCH. When we work together, when we are aligned, we can accomplish incredible things together. And to the OCH team and our partners, our volunteers who work hard to make a difference every day, merci tout le monde. Merci.
Merci, Stéphane. Councillor Kavanagh, thank you for your leadership. Merci à tous les membres du conseil d'administration aussi.
And to the Board of Management, too.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And Stéphane, thank you very much for the work that you do. I think you have one of the hardest jobs in the city. There is far too much demand, not enough resources to go around, and I think OCH does a remarkable job, and it's growing, and it's doing good work. In your report, you note that based on available data, over the course of 2023, OCH provided evidence that clearly shows that the current model of housing tenants with unknown complex needs and histories and inadequate or non-existent support is failing. I couldn't agree more. I think most of the councillors who sit around this table have been in meetings with tenants who are concerned about the effects that problematic behaviors among some tenants in the building are creating. It's a real quality of life for everyone. To its credit, this council has determined to focus on housing people as opposed to shelter, and we are making housing a priority. And I think OCH is often called upon to provide that housing. But the supports that are required to ensure the quality of life in buildings remains good, and that those tenancies are successful seem to me to be almost utterly lacking. I've had multiple conversations with your staff. They recognize the issue, I recognize the issue, but I feel as though there is significant inertia in that we're not addressing it. I'm wondering what in OCH's view you need from this council and from the province and from the feds to address the issue of making sure that housing first policies are successful. Do you have a path to presenting us with that plan? And what might that plan look like?
Thank you, Councillor. A very important question. In fact, this is a question that has emerged about 6-7 years ago for Ottawa Community Housing, where we saw overrepresentation of some of our tenants in emergency rooms and being in the emergency for the wrong reasons because of the lack of support at home. And also there's a recognition amongst our colleagues in the supportive housing sector that many that they are on the wait list of supportive housing are in fact living in community housing, co-ops or nonprofits. So one of the notion is how do we bring those services to proximity, ensuring that the continuum of care is not just in an hospital, it's also in the community, and the community care is also provided. I'm proud, ready to report that alongside with social services, Ottawa Public Health, we have submitted, and it's advancing with the province, Healthy at Home. Healthy at Home is one of the segments of complex care to deliver mobile services for primary care in our buildings. It's still with the province right now for approval in terms of funding, but we are quite confident that it's also advancing. And having said that, also Ottawa Community Housing has provided to the province a proposal for complex care housing to advance some pilots in some higher need communities that we have identified, and those are advancing. Now to your point about the support. Yes, we need the support of council, we need the support of the city employees, all the departments, because the complexity of what we're dealing with involves safety, involves security, involves trespassing, involves also caring for the residents. So it's really, really important that all together that we align our efforts to make sure that in those higher need environments, that people have the proper housing. Having said that, also upstream, we're working and we have initiated conversation with the different group, including the registry, and as well with the City of Ottawa, to work in looking at adapting the way that we do intakes into, especially in the priority list, to make sure that people are already housed with adequate housing and adequate support. Again, it's very important that we continue those efforts because they are already the one that will clearly deliver results. Why I'm talking about results, I had the chance to compare notes with colleagues in Seattle, in BC, in Montreal, in Europe as well, in many other countries. And when you have the support at home, you succeed. And it's very, very, very important. It's a shift in mindset for the healthcare system, because keep in mind, as of today, you still have to go to the hospital to receive your care. So the notion of decentralizing, and I'm really pleased to report that I met with many CEOs of Ottawa hospitals, from the Queensway Hospital, Ottawa Hospital. I know more for we will be meeting very soon, and they all want to help in the solution. So again, the momentum is building up. It's important that we keep going because we need results as well.
So I appreciate all of that answer, but it's hard for me to understand what that means in concrete terms of what this council may or may not be failing to provide OCH as it struggles with some of these tenancy issues. The number, you began your presentation for the annual general report with a discussion of the number of calls that security has received, for instance. Most of the issues that I'm facing in some of the buildings in Kitchissippi ward, those security issues are probably not best addressed through security, right? Those processes lead to evictions. For people who are coming out of chronic homelessness and with addictions issues, there are things other than security solutions that we need to find. But I'm not getting the sense that there is an ask of council to do anything about that. Be bold, ask us for what you need.
So in terms of the need, like I mentioned earlier, Ottawa Community Housing, our teams are working with city staff and coordinating efforts. What we need is the alignment of services. It's really important that most of the services already exist. So it's really important, like for the SALUS, Options by Town, for all of those groups to have more presence. We've been very successful, and with the support of council, in fact, with Aging in Place, where we doubled their presence in our seniors community. So that's exactly the type of support we need to make sure we're not looking to increase the funding of Ottawa Community Housing. We're looking to increase the funding of the supportive housing agencies and groups that they are in our communities to deliver best supports. They are trained, they are specialists, and they can alleviate the pressure of people, as you mentioned and described. So we need your support for that, absolutely.
Fantastic. Mr. Garrett, again, though, thank you very much for all the work that you do, and I appreciate your forthright.
Councillor, appreciate your presence in our communities as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Curry.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you and your staff so much for all the reports we get for Penfield Drive. Just the ongoing, constant feedback as to what repairs are taking place and what's happening. All the social programming for the residents there. It's very helpful for us, and it's much appreciated. Every time I go there, people tell me how much they love living at Penfield Drive. And so you can imagine how happy everyone was to see that there would be potentially more housing there in that empty section of land. So my one question on that is that the proposal was for 8 units, and just wondering if you are contemplating 16 to double, to go higher, if that's actually being looked at.
Thank you for your comments about our residents and the community of Penfield. Penfield is only a building, and the residents are making the communities. It's really important. Thank you for that. Yes, we have different plans. The initial plans were done under a different zoning requirement. Now that the zoning have changed, we are contemplating increasing the density on that site to the maximum we can do it.
That is so wonderful to hear, because the shortage for senior housing in particular is great.
We just want to seize the opportunity. So it wasn't there, it's there now.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for that. I'm allowed to tell everybody that. That's great. I did want to say that the initiative for complex care is just, as I said to these guys, the greatest thing since sliced bread. It is critical. It's such an important part of what you're offering, because whether it's just checking in on people and finding out if they need care in some way, or whether it's actually providing that care, that's a service that has been lacking. And I really thank you, and I appreciate that you're moving in that direction. The safety services part of it, being on the Police Services Board, is certainly something that I'd like to talk more about, I guess, when we get to budget. But we have, I want you to know, talk to police. Police are very supportive. I mean, the number of calls that are diverted from police because of your safety officers is significant. So, I mean, when we look at that police services budget and contemplate the savings that are taking place because of, I think then we look at where funding might be possible, because it's a very important part of the whole picture, and alternative response. The one question I have for you is, I agree with Councillor Kavanagh. You seem to always be so far ahead of the curve in your planning. And so if there were more monies from, whether it's, we have Housing Accelerator Fund, I was so glad to see how much Ottawa Community Housing is getting. But if there were more money, how many projects would you say are shovel ready that would be ready to go for that money?
No, it's a very important question, because the needs for affordable housing in Ottawa, and our chair mentioned about the 12,000 on the wait list. We now know that also we have people that they are defined as missing middle, that they are living in their own wait list right now as well. So we're seeing the need for affordability changing and evolving. So to answer your question right now, Ottawa Community Housing, we have more than 2,500 homes in the pipelines. In terms of shovel ready, we talk about close to 1,000. And we can advance even more. So clearly, the opportunity to get access to land, public land, is very important. That could be city land, that could be provincial land, or federal land, and also the notion of partnership with the sector. It's really important to understand that Ottawa Community Housing brings also financial strengths, the expertise and the partnership with the City of Ottawa, and we can, along with the other agencies, nonprofit, co-ops, help them achieve their goals for growth or maintaining only what they have. So it's important that we all work together.
That's for sure. Thank you. We're very lucky to have you, Stefan and Teresa.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to acknowledge and congratulate OCH, not just for its successful brand transition, but also functionally for its cultural transformation. It's not just a landlord anymore. It's a successful developer of affordable housing. And I'm a wonderful recipient of this in my ward with 271 new units in Mikinak, which we're very proud of. It's a great example, and it continues to be a great example of the work and demonstrating the work that needs to be required in terms of reinvesting in our portfolio. And I've observed this, so not just new construction, but also reinvesting with extensive capital repairs in properties across the portfolio, including in my ward, 251 and 255 Donald Street, and 540 Thompson. So I'm really pleased that we get these ongoing reports about the continuous capital investments that are made in these properties that really improve the lives of residents there. I'd also like to applaud OCH because while it's primarily a landlord, which it acknowledges all the time, it's taking a tremendous number of efforts to advance the complex care housing framework, which we've heard about from you and that we've heard appreciation from members around this table for. That aligns social services with an emphasis on aging in place and neighborhood integrated care models, which I've seen in my ward. I'm also enthused about your community engagement, and I think Stefan knows this well, Teresa knows this well. OCH has been working with its foundation and with multiple volunteers to really improve the quality of life in our communities. And I think that that's seen on an everyday basis. I hear that from tenants all the time. And I'm really impressed with the number of events that we've seen, including a community investment day just last week where 200 volunteers came into Overbrook and they improved properties. They planted 60 trees. And I think that tenants see this and they're really impressed with the improvements that are occurring in our communities. Notwithstanding that, we know that there's a lot of investment that still needs to be done. And but despite that, we know that there are many changes emerging in OCH communities that are palpable. And I think what we've heard around this table is that in order to make sure that those advances continue, especially focused on housing first principles and policies, our social housing agency will require more capital funding, not just from us as a city, but also from senior levels of government. But I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you for all the hard work that's being undertaken in communities every day on behalf of tenants in our OCH communities. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Stéphane.
Yeah.
Excusez,
Oh.
no, I just wanted.
Sorry, go ahead, Councillor.
I realized there wasn't a question in there, but I just wanted to give a quick thank you to Councillor King, who continues to be involved in OCH with the Diversity and Inclusion Committee, and we appreciate that. He's served as a member of the board, but continues to be involved, and just want to thank him and appreciate for his continued support.
Okay, great. Thank you. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. First, I saw June on the video. She lives in seniors housing in my ward. And you said in your presentation that we had to think more holistically of people that come to live in your housing if they are battered wife or native women. We can say that these people have very specific needs and they must be housed accordingly. And I do appreciate that a lot because I see it often in my ward. So I just had two questions for you. Do you have a plan to expand in outwards? I know that the properties are less expensive there, not just with the Fund Accelerator, but would you like to be everywhere throughout the city of Ottawa? And second, for problem tenants, what do you do when it gets to a point, well, when a tenant, well, the situation must be stopped right away? Thank you, Councillor Plante. Two very important questions. Historically, Ottawa community housing was within the old limits of the city of Ottawa. So that's a historical context, really, that we had a very concentrated portfolio in that sector. We know that there are opportunities outside of the center, be it Pinecrest or Kanata. and we're having conversation also with Orleans in the south of Ottawa, and even in the rural area. That's quite interesting there because we could build on a cement pad with septic tanks. There's already a house in Richmond with a property with 16 housing units, and but we also need support services there too, because very often people will age in the rural areas, and it's important to have the support services. So that was for the first question. Second question. First and foremost, we're not making a decision about evicting a tenant or not. It has to be the landlord-tenant board or the real estate board. That's their role. What's important for us is the last recourse, really. It's many people that reached to us were in the street, so we don't want them to go back to the street. So we work with them. We work a lot with the agencies. I'll give you an example in your sector. Action Logement des Groupes, they try to help people to meet their needs by paying their rent or by offering support services in health. But that's really a last recourse. So we have legal teams, so it's important to recognize that we have lawyers and paralegal people working at the corporation, and we do everything we can to avoid such situations. Thank you very much, and thank you for your good work. Thanks for your support.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you so much to Ottawa Community Housing for everything you do. Stéphane, I know we speak frequently. I'm very, very excited about the projects at Rochester Heights Phase 2 and also Gladstone Village. Lots of exciting stuff coming to our neighborhood. I couldn't agree more about the need for complex care. We're all aware of quite an infamous building in Centertown that accounts for a really high percentage of police and EMS calls, and where residents tell me consistently that they don't feel safe. And a lot of that is because their neighbors require complex care and aren't receiving it, so it can therefore be frightening for other residents to live there. My question is, when you pilot this complex care model, is the intention to move folks out of existing buildings into a complex care facility to help improve existing communities, or is the plan to attract new folks to a complex care building?
Very important questions. First and foremost, we are assessing that there's about already 3,000 residents of the 33,000 that they are falling under that category. And under that category, you will have different tier, depending on your needs, the level of acuity of your care that you will be required. And for the one that they have higher acuity of needs, clearly we'll be looking at, and we did a pilot already at Père Charlebois in the Councillor King area, where we took one floor, secured the floor, and make sure that people were stabilized with Montfort Renaissance, and we saw results already there. So it's important to recognize that we will be looking at a dynamic way of looking at the portfolio, avoiding concentration, and making sure that for the one that they are moving in, also that they have the best opportunity to thrive and get access to their dream for education or jobs.
Okay, that's great. I agree, because I do think a reorg and maybe some additional security in existing buildings could work too, having specific floors with built-in supports. And again, I know you're doing everything you possibly can with the funding that is available to you, but I do frequently hear from women in particular who live in Ottawa community housing buildings in Centertown that they feel very unsafe. Mm-hmm. We've done 2 workshops with them on bystander intervention and on personal security. And it's hard when you can't move out of the apartment that you live in for financial reasons and you're stuck there and you might be scared of your neighbor. My question is, I know we've had conversations over the last couple of years about Ottawa community housing security, and they are so excellent, and I hear such great things about them, and the need to scale up their ability to do more proactive work. Just as Councillor Leeper was saying, we just need to know as a council what you need from us, and I'm just wondering if you, at this point, feel like OCH security is funded to the degree that you need it to be, or if you're going to be looking for more in the next budget.
I'll just briefly comment. As I said in my notes, we got a one-time 1.5 million, and that was extremely useful. But we need to have continued funding. It's very evident it's needed. I'll give you an example. I was at the Britannia Woods Community Circle last week, and the safety officer came by. And it was such an informal, perfect environment for tenants to talk to him directly. And it was very helpful, really helpful. And that's exactly what the kind of proactive situation we want to see. And they were able to, talk about things before they become problems.
Yeah, and it really does save money on other things like EMS and policing. So I'm just letting my colleagues know that that's something I'll be looking for in the next budget, because I heard a real complaint from residents that when that funding was removed and OCH Security was not able to do that proactive work, that their own sense of security got worse in their buildings. I have one last question, which is, I know other cities like Toronto, again, trying to find specialized care for specialized populations, they do have mandates. So specific buildings, one might cater to seniors, one might cater to Indigenous folks, one might cater to retired arts workers, for example. We don't have a system like that in Ottawa. I'm wondering if that's something that OCH is thinking about. It's sort of farther down the continuum of complex care, but having buildings with specialized populations. I know we moved away from that when, many years ago, but I'm just wondering where your thinking is on that.
No, it's an excellent question, and this is an evolving one because since and post-pandemic, we have seen that peer support is very important, and it was highlighted earlier amongst Indigenous population, amongst very special group that they have special needs, and it's important that you recognize that peer support impact. And yes, we're working on it. We are having conversations with the city where we are advancing. It's important to recognize that there are different ways of across the service managers across Ontario to do allocation of homes, and clearly our model was designed I would say about 15, 20 years ago, and the needs are very different from 15 and 20 years ago. So it's an opportunity that we're working all together to look at what would be the best way going forward, and looking at also that we have people that they are on a wait list, and if they've been there for a long time, and you want to make sure that there's a fairness in the process here.
Thank you. Anyway, thank you for everything you do, and these are complex problems to solve. But again, as Councillor Leeper said, please let us know what you need to help solve them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Chauster. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chair Kavanaugh and CEO Giguère for your presentation today. And I think you've brought a number of OCH staff to council today. I think they're in the gallery, and I want to recognize them and all OCH staff. River Ward has thousands of OCH homes and thousands of tenants living in the ward, and I work with OCH closely, and I think the relationship over the years has gotten better and better. It seems every year as we both evolve. OCH is very engaged. They show up. The CEO shows up at events, and sometimes that's half the battle. You're contributing to be part of the solution and the number of discussions that we have in the ward, number of working groups. And more recently, we're getting monthly capital update emails from the various project leaders in the ward. That's been very helpful to see what's happening in the ward and the amount of investment in particular, which in turn I can communicate back to my community in a timely fashion. So I just want to acknowledge, I think the relationship, as I said, is getting better as we move on. I'll tell you what I found striking from your report. The report is, your annual report has a lot of information, but it's the call volume. 315,000 requests. And let me put that into perspective, because we're getting a lot of annual reports lately. The BILA annual report for 2023 had 100,600 calls for 1 million people. Paramedic report next week we're going to get to 186,000 calls for 1 million people in this community. OCH has 15,000 homes, 32,000 tenants, 315,000 calls. Help me understand what's going on here. What are those types of calls that are coming in? I've got two issues I want to follow up on, but is it emergency type calls? Is it my water lines just, collapse and I need immediate service? Is it some of the routine stuff? What are people calling in such large volumes for?
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you for your presence and support in our communities. It's also very appreciated. First and foremost, we encourage tenants to call, make the call. You see something, you hear something, they are the eyes of our communities. They are the one that really are living 24/7. Ottawa Community Housing, it's not a business, it's a home. And it's important to recognize that last night, we had, incidents. Sometimes it could involve, emergency services, and we need to be there. In terms of the nature and the breakdown, we can provide you a further detail after the meeting if you want, but typically we talk about 10% of the calls will be safety calls, and the top calls are around safety will be around really parking, noise, trespassing. One that has emerged more is loitering. That is one that where they are not residents of Ottawa Community Housing, but they are more prevalent in our building. It's -20 outside. It's the winter. They're looking for a shelter. They go to our staircases because we happen to be nearby where they are. And clearly, we have to work hard with all of our teams to make sure that we provide them proper support to go back to a shelter or maybe an hospital where they need the support and services. In terms of maintenance, most of the call are what we call, kind of preventative maintenance. They will call, and we have what we call SLAs, so service level agreements with the residents. For instance, if you call for fixing your closet door, we won't be going in the hour. It might take a couple of days before we go. But if you call because exactly to your point about a water leak, we know that there will be damage. It could disturb the community, could disturb the life of the residents, and then we're going right away. So the nature varies depending on the community, depending on the build, high-rise, mid-rise, or townhouses, different type of calls, different type of needs. But what is important to recognize that, the service calls that we're seeing are mainly about repairs, and we encourage tenants to let us know why. We want to avoid degradation of our assets and our buildings, because otherwise it becomes what we call deferred maintenance in our budget, and then there are more important repairs.
Thank you. My final question is just on that note. Certainly a lot of new investment for new builds in recent years. How has your renewal budget, the amount of money that you're budgeting every year just to keep units in good condition, how is that going up over time? Is it more than inflationary increases? Are we seeing some real investment in renewing units?
Another very important question. The way that we manage our assets, it's with a facility condition index, FCI. We maintain an FCI around 3%, which is very low. We had the opportunity to acquire assets, from private sector landlords, and we were able to compare along the way that the assets of OCH are really well maintained. Having said that, there are some challenges sometimes related to the complexity of the tenancy, and that will involve more repairs within, or what we call in-suite repairs. But it's important to recognize that for us, the indexation is not a factor. It's really the facility condition index. Last year, we invested about $71 million. You saw that in the annual report. And again, it's important that we keep maintaining those repairs. And I want to insist, because this question is very important. When we look at the other questions about building and building more in Ottawa, if the quality of your assets are no good, no lenders will give you money. I want to be clear. So you need to maintain your assets in order to borrow more. So, and it's like back to your home. If you want to fix and you want to borrow back at the bank, they will look at your books, your diligence. They will send an inspector to your home, and they may say, you know what, the amount you're asking is too much. And we don't want that. We want to make sure that we have access to the most possible flexibility when it's time for lending, mortgaging, or funding from the different level of governments.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Gower.
Thank you, Mayor. Merci, Stéphane. Thank you to your entire team for all the work that you do. I'm privileged to be on the board, and I've really enjoyed the experience and learned so much about what you do. The scale of your portfolio and the number of people who live there. 15,000 homes, over 32,000 tenants, and 900 under construction. Like, that's population-wise somewhere between Brockville and Belleville, like right in the middle. It's a small city. And we've touched on a lot of things today, but really I would encourage councillors, if you haven't read the full annual report, please do, because the magnitude of what it takes to maintain those buildings and to support the residents, it's a huge task, and there's a lot that goes into that. So please do read those reports. We haven't talked much about the OCH Foundation. What they do to support tenants as well is important. Couple areas that I wanted to ask you about. Partnerships. The annual report mentions over 100 partnerships. Can you talk a bit about how the strategy around partnerships is evolving over the past couple of years, and where you see that evolving? Maybe if you have a couple examples of some of the innovative partnerships that OCH has embarked on.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, and on behalf of the team, it's really appreciated as well, your insights and input at the board, and being the chair of our portfolio management committee, it's really appreciated. A couple of things around partnership. Partnership started way back, and we talk about maybe 10 years ago now. And the notion of partnership was really around community building resiliencies, and making sure that agencies, and I'll give just a couple of examples, but from the options buy town sellers to the food bank, all of the groups that they are there in our communities each and every day, the community houses, that they were really providing us services. But one of the goals was the alignment, because it's one thing, and I've been approached many times, I'll share with you, and you mentioned about the foundation. Many groups will come to us and say, oh, listen, we want to organize a basketball tournament for the kids in your community. It will be superb. We'll do a one game, one weekend. I'm like, no, there's 9,000 kids in our communities. We need games every week, and we need to make sure the programming will be there, and that you will be in place each and every time. Otherwise, you create disappointment in the communities, and it's not resolving the issues. Partnership started from that notion of making sure that we have access to permanent support in our communities, and to now evolving around what we do around building, allowing other groups that they may not have the financial strengths that we have, to get access to our financial strengths and to achieve their goals, and to really expand. We're working with some groups that will be coming very public with it very soon, where they are looking at expanding their solution and their platform. They want to be ready and shovel ready. But because of the context, because of the investment, because of the understanding that you need in the expertise, they cannot do it right now. So for us, it's important that we enable, and alongside with the City of Ottawa, that we enable the sector to achieve the goal and meet the term of councils as well. So the goal is not to be exceeding, it's to at least be there. Exceeding is possible, but we will be working hard together to make sure that other level of governments will be stepping in to help the City of Ottawa.
Okay, thank you. The other one was around acquisition. The Tanglewood and Parkwood Hills acquisition was a big one that I think started in 2023 and closed 2024. Where does acquisition fit into OCH's strategy in the coming years?
Yeah, thank you for the question. If you look at acquisition, we did acquisitions in the past, so it was not the first one for Ottawa Community Housing. They were a smaller footprint. For us, we did recognize two things back in the days, but now what has changed? That having access to some, in real estate, it's really called deals. There are some buildings that they are deals, that you just want to buy because the cost per door, you want to take it, and you know that you can run it and make it affordable. That was really the rationale. Now what has changed is how do we protect affordability for the residents? Our goal is to protect the residents that they are living in those homes and making sure that they have access to affordable housing at perpetuity. For us, those opportunities are coming because we're seeing especially in the REIT sector, but also large providers and internationally, we have some companies that they own assets in Canada or in Ottawa that they're looking to dispose of some of what they call their low-performing assets from a financial return standpoint. For us, there are opportunities, in fact, that they fit perfectly well in our portfolio. Those two that you mentioned that we acquired from Minto, they were exceptionally maintained. They are exactly the type of townhouses that we have across our portfolio that could be in Etherington or in Lower Town. So for us, it's quite easy to maintain. And obviously, we can protect affordability for the residents living there.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Gower. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Like some of my other colleagues have mentioned, I'm also very happy and thrilled to be on the OCH board. And I'm not only on the board, but there are thousands of residents in my community as well who live in OCH. I have a question specifically with respect to the list and how OCH works with the list. The social housing registry list, I think it was the chair who mentioned that there's over 12,000 people, 12,000 families waiting on that list. I think prior to the pandemic, OCH used to cycle through about 1,600 moves a year, and I think now it's slowed to about 1,200 moves a year. A lot of that slowdown has happened. People simply can't afford to move elsewhere, but also, problems with overhousing where family sizes have changed, but we don't have other units available. The federal government hasn't provided any money for social housing for many years, so very few units get created unless you have a program like the RHI initiative. So given that Ottawa Community Housing, I think by my math that I just did in my head, I think they have about between 80 and 85% of the city's RGI units, which I'm not sure about the percentage of BMR units that they have. So we have, OCH being the bulk of using the social housing list. And now, of course, with people creating affordable housing, we have affordable housing lists that are being created as well for average market rent or for, affordable housing. I'm just wondering, given your experience, if you see a way that we can improve these lists and work better to use that data to inform decisions that we make, or if there's a way that you see that we can work with these existing lists all across the city so that we can focus on trying to better house some of these individuals that have been waiting for years for housing.
This is a very important conversation and question that we are already having with many groups. And this is part of the evolution of the needs that we're seeing across the city. Maintaining the registry, the list, is a very complex undertaking. And there are many groups involved. In fact, Ottawa Community Housing is part of it, and you mentioned the numbers. We do represent the vast majority of the intake. And what is important also, part of the modernization, is to understand better the needs of the people who are on those lists. It's not a question about having many lists or one list, but it's really understanding who are they, what do they need, and what would be the best, most adequate housing for them to thrive and strive. Looking at the different needs right now, and we're seeing it across Canada, it is important to recognize that the needs will be just growing. So it's important also that we prioritize groups. And I spoke about fairness. I think it's important to recognize that some of the groups and individuals have been on lists for 5, 6, 7 years. The wait time in Nepean is more than 7 years right now. So clearly it's important that we look at options. But at the same time, those lists were built when we were, and you spoke about the turnovers, they were built really around turnovers. Now we're building. So it's important to seize opportunities of those new builds that you will see with CCOC, that you will see with OCH or other groups or private sector, to really make sure that, again, we prioritize the one that they are in needs, and again, that we prioritize the proper adequate housing for the needs that they are in.
Thank you. I think lots more discussions to come on that particular issue. Thank you again for all your work.
Councillor, thank you for your leadership. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Merci, Stéphane. Really, all I want to do is offer some more thanks and gratitude. I'll try to be brief, but clearly your organization is not only serving a critically vital need, but I think that need is only going to escalate and broaden over the next 5-10 years. So I just want to thank you for three things. First of all, thank you very much for providing the clarity you offered to Councillor Leeper's question about what do you need, where you made it clear that what you need is not necessarily more money for OCH, but more money for the organizations that support your clientele. So thank you for that clarity. We will certainly take that into consideration for Budget 2025. Second, I very much appreciate the open, inquisitive, collaborative nature with which yourself and OCH, and I've dealt mainly with yourself and with Cliff Udale in joining my team on several exploratory conversations about testing out new creative solutions to our housing. And your organization, even when we have been posing models for consideration that go in a different direction than OCH, your organization has been so supportive in providing expertise and insight. So I very much appreciate that collaborative spirit. Also including my sincere thanks. So when I started as councillor and we all got those posters that showed what were the OCH assets in our ward, I was somewhat sad to see that in Ward 9 I only had one small little asset. And I was thinking, well, that's got to change. I would like Ward 9 to have more. And so Councillor Gower was making reference to your acquisitions at Tanglewood and Chesterton. So both of those are in Ward 9. Ward 9 continues to be proud to host OCH. Our door is open. So thank you for the stability that you've provided to several hundred more residents in Ward 9. I commend you because I know that acquisition was also a bit of a trend-setting initiative. You and OCH deserve all of the attention that you got across the country for other organizations seeking input on what you did there. Thank you, and I look forward to having more conversations about how the next time I get a poster for OCH in Ward 9, there will be several more assets on it. So thank you very much for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. And just to point out a couple of things, your presence in the community is really appreciated. You stepped in day one, and we were dealing with situations with seniors at Kirkwood, not Kirkwood, but Viewmount, and it was really appreciated. The other aspect around funding, yes, we need funding as much as our partners, but they need even more funding, especially around healthcare and support. And again, that's really important. Thank you.
Okay. Stéphane, merci beaucoup. Encore une fois.
Thank you very much. Thank you to you and your whole team.
Councillor Kavanaugh, thank you again for your leadership on this. On the annual general meeting, is the motion carried? Thank you. There are things to carry, in fact. If you read the agenda, you'll see there are actually things to carry. Okay, let's move to item 16 on the agenda, which is our in-camera discussion, and I'll ask Councillor Bradley to introduce the motion to move in camera, seconded by Councillor Hill.
Be it resolved that the City Council resolve in camera pursuant to the Procedure Bylaw 2022-410, subsection 13(1)(e), litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, and subsection 13(1)(f), the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, in order to receive a briefing related to the in-camera item with respect to light rail transit legal updates.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Is that carried? We will begin the closed session in approximately 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone. All right, let's get started again. Thank you for your patience, everyone. For the benefit of the public joining us, Ottawa City Council just met in camera pursuant to the procedure bylaw number 2022-410, subsection 13(1)E, litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, and subsection 13(1)F, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Council received a briefing on light rail transit legal updates. During the closed session, no votes were taken other than procedural motions and/or directions to staff. So let's pick up at item number 17 on the agenda, disposition of items approved by committees under delegated authority. Is that received? Motion to adopt reports, Councillor Bradley.
That the report from the Ottawa Community Housing Corporation entitled Annual General Meeting of the Shareholder of Ottawa Community Housing Corporation, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 4, Finance and Corporate Services Committee Report 15, Transit Commission and Light Rail Subcommittee Joint Report 2, and the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act Explanation Requirements at the City Council meeting of May 29, 2024 be received and adopted as amended.
Is that carried? Motions of which notice has been previously given. Item 19.1, partial closure of Cooper Street for the Centertown Community Health Center 55th Anniversary Street Party. I don't know if you want to speak to that or is that carried? Okay, thank you. Item 19.2, closure of part of Lion Street for Glebe Neighborhood Activities Group After School Block Party. Is that carried? 19.3, closure of part of Lion Street for Glebe Montessori School end of year barbecue. Is that carried? Okay, motions requiring suspension of the rules of procedure. Councillor Gower has a motion seconded by Councillor Curry, who I believe is left, so we'll need someone else to second that motion. Someone would be Councillor Kelly.
Super.
This is related to the Algonquin, it's a road closure for the Algonquin College graduation.
Yes.
So it's of a time-sensitive nature. So on suspension of the rules, is that carried? Councillor Gower?
Okay, I'll read the therefore be it resolved. Therefore be it resolved that council approve the road closure for Frank Finnegan Way from Cyclone Taylor Boulevard to Palladium Drive each day from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Tuesday, June 18th, Wednesday, June 19th, Thursday, June 20th, and 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Friday, June 21st for the Algonquin College graduation, providing it meets the requirements, conditions, and approval of traffic services.
Thank you. Is that carried? Next one is from Councillor Troster regarding the Italian Festival closure of Preston Street from Carling Avenue to Somerset Street West. Again, it's a road closure on suspension of the rules. Is that carried? Carried. Councillor Troster?
Thank you. I'll also skip the whereas clauses, but you should all come down to Italian Week. Therefore, be it resolved that Council approve the road closure for Preston Street from Carling Avenue to Somerset Street West. The Preston Street road closure will begin at 3 p.m. on Friday, the 14th of June, 2024, and end at 5 a.m. on Monday, June 17th, 2024, with nightly reopenings, providing the event meets the requirements, conditions, and approval of the Special Events Advisory Team.
Is that carried? Okay, next we have closure of a city right-of-way in support of a new mid-sized performance venue. The National Capital Commission is involved in due diligence with a potential lessee, Live Nation Canada, and this requires a time-sensitive response from the city. It's a motion from Councillor Luloff, seconded by Councillor Plante. On suspension of the rules, is that carried? Councillor Luloff?
I know nobody expected me to have a positive motion that has anything to do with the NCC, but here we are, friends, a live music venue. Whereas City Council has directed through its approval of the Nightlife Economy Action Plan, Recommendation 10, to identify opportunities to support the establishment of a new mid-size venue for events and live music, and whereas the Economic Development Strategy and Action Plan, City Strategic Plan, and Byward Market Public Realm Plan prioritize the revitalization of downtown and the Byward Market. And whereas the National Capital Commission is under contract with Live Nation Canada to establish a new 2,500-seat performance venue at 47-57 Rideau Street, and whereas as part of the operations of the proposed venue, Live Nation Canada requires exclusive loading space to facilitate site logistics and have identified a portion of the paid parking area within George Street, 9 parking spaces that abuts the proposed performance venue as the desirable location. Therefore, be it resolved that the surface of the right-of-way described as being part of the George Street containing an area of approximately 434.1, doesn't seem approximate to me, square meters, and shown on Schedule A, be closed, and be it further resolved that staff be directed to bring forward the appropriate road closure bylaw once confirmation is received that the National Capital Commission has signed its agreement with Live Nation Canada. And be it further resolved that staff direct to negotiate a lease with Live Nation Canada for the exclusive use of the subject lands at a value that is equivalent to the loss of city parking revenue generated at the subject site, in addition with the following requirements: a legal survey and site plan delineating the proposed loading area and changes to the right-of-way. All necessary city permits, road cut, municipal consent, heritage are obtained. The tenant shall be responsible for all applicable property taxes assessed on the subject property. Reasonable improvements to the Sussex Avenue and George Street frontage by Live Nation Canada and the National Capital Commission to be defined in the lease to ensure pedestrian connectivity, tour bus loading and unloading, accessibility, and quality public realm, e.g. fencing, lighting, and street trees. Insurance and indemnification. Annual cost escalation on the lease based on future parking policy or rate changes. And a termination clause to end the lease with Live Nation Canada should its lease with the NCC be cancelled. And be it further resolved that the section of the city's leasing policy that requires a notice of the available space be provided to the public and the provision in the notice bylaw requiring a notice on the city's website of the road closing be waived. And be it further resolved that the proceeds of the lease be returned to parking services.
Okay, Councillor Luloff, did you want to speak to that at all, or you're?
But this is is good news for the city of Ottawa that we're looking at this sort of venue. We've been in desperate need of this sort of upper end mid-sized venue for quite some time. We're quite lucky to have really great relationships with many of our local promoters, including Spectra Sonic and others, that have done a very good job programming spaces around the city. You know, including the old 27 Club, Dominion Tavern, Bronson Center, especially, and the Rainbow Bistro. But what we've been sorely missing since the closing or the lack of use of Barrymore's Music Hall and the Capital City Music Hall is a venue of this size to attract up and coming bands to the city of Ottawa that aren't just simply playing a supporting role to other large and more established groups, and for an opportunity for bands that are growing here in the city of Ottawa to be able to play for a larger local audience. I think that this is a very needed size, and in discussions with incredible local music people like Aaron Benjamin and Sean Scallon and others. This is something that will be largely, I believe, supported by our local music community. This is good for our economy and good for the Byward market. And I just want to give a shout out to Councillor Plante for both her work on this and for seconding this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly wanted to make sure that this adjustment wouldn't interfere with the existing cycling facilities in the area.
We would ensure that it wouldn't interfere.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Just one minor question as well. The destination for these revenues, we're told, goes in a fund called Parking Services Revenues. What do those revenues get assigned to? What do they fund?
Mr. Mayor, basically, this would be going back to the parking reserve. So the same way that the rest of the parking reserve is being managed, it would just be added to the pot.
Can you just remind me what that reserve covers, though?
So the parking reserve is there to support the municipal parking management strategy. So it has to be reinvested in anything that's related to the city's parking operations.
Thank you. Is the motion carried? Thank you. Notices of motion, Meet Me on Main Street, Marionville, 2024. Councillor DeRuse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the Meet on Main Street, Marionville 2024 is an outdoor street market networking event where residents to area can come walk around and enjoy craft brewery, delicious food and live entertainment. And whereas the Meet Me on Main Street, Marionville 2024 is to occur on Wednesday, July 3rd, 2024. And whereas the Gregoire Road between Marionville Road and 145 meters north of Marionville Road is required to be closed to accommodate the festival on the street festival setup. And whereas the on-street festival setup will commence at 2 p.m. on Wednesday, July 3rd, 2024, and the festival will begin operation 5 p.m. on Wednesday, July 3rd, 2024. And whereas the on-street festival takedown commence at 8 p.m. on Wednesday, July 3rd, 2024, and continue until 9 p.m. on Wednesday, July 3rd, 2024. Whereas the City of Ottawa Special Events and City Streets Bylaw 2001-260 prohibited road closure before 6 p.m. Monday to Friday, therefore be resolved that Council approve the road closure for Gregoire Road between Marionville Road and 150 meters north of Marionville Road from 2 p.m. on Wednesday, July 3rd, 2024 to 9 p.m. on Wednesday, July 3rd, 2024 for the Meet Me on Main Street, Marionville 2024, providing it meets the requirement conditions and approval of Special Events Advisory Team seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeRuse. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the population of rats in the city of Ottawa has increased due to factors like climate change, loss of habitat, and construction, and whereas lethal rat bait poisons can be ineffective due to rats learning what products to avoid, and whereas rat bait can poison other non-targeted animals like squirrels, and whereas rat bait can cause secondary poisoning through the ingestion of poisoned rats, harming owls, ravens, cats, dogs, foxes, and others, and whereas rats can breed when very young and throughout the year with females capable of producing litters of up to 12 pups every 3 weeks. This means that a pair of rats can result in up to 2,000 descendants in 1 year. And whereas products that reduce rat fertility have been found successful in other cities, including San Francisco and Washington, D.C., and are being trialed in New York City and do not harm non-targeted species. And whereas a rat fertility product called Evolve Soft Bait has been submitted to the Pest Management Regulatory Agency, a division of Health Canada, for consideration and possible licensing. Therefore, be it resolved that the mayor write to the Pest Management Regulatory Agency stating that the City of Ottawa supports the consideration of humane rat fertility reduction baits and requests that the agency prioritize this review, and be it further resolved that a copy of this motion and the letter be sent to the Federal Minister of Health, Ottawa Members of Parliament, and to all Ontario municipalities.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. I'll be bringing notice of motion with respect to waiver of demolition control at 22 Ladouceur Street, which is a property that we've acquired for a conversion into a city park.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just note I would have brought this to a CSC committee, but that meeting has been rescheduled a couple times. But whereas allowing dogs to swim in certain city-run wading pools at the end of the day, typically while the pools are being drained and humans are no longer using the pools, has been a popular and well-received initiative that has primarily been shared locally. And whereas Ottawa Public Health has reviewed this activity from a public health perspective and advised on appropriate restrictions, and whereas certain parks have faced opposition to dog-only swimming in the past, and a formalized approach would provide clarity to residents in terms of designated end-of-day opportunities at locations for such activities, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to compile and post on ottawa.ca an official list of wading pools allowing for dog-only swims during the drain period at each site, with information also being posted at each wading offering the service and provided to councillors' offices starting this summer 2024. And be it further resolved that similar to the city's current practice at Bearbrook Deep Water Outdoor Pool to allow for a dog-only swims at the end of the day, the last day of the summer operating season, staff be directed to explore opportunities to expand this practice to additional outdoor deep water pools without reducing services to clients or incurring significant additional costs. And be it further resolved that this be proposed as a pilot for 2 years with a review and report back to Community Services Committee at the end of the 2026 season to assess its success and make recommendations for the future.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. I'm not aware of any other notices of motion, so I'll note on the agenda the notices of intent for Hydro Ottawa Holding to hold their AGM on June 25th, and for Marché d'Ottawa Markets Municipal Services Corporation to hold its meeting on that date as well. Motion to introduce bylaws, Councillor Bradley.
That the bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaws, 3 readings, be read and passed.
Is that carried? Confirmation bylaw, Councillor Bradley.
That the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting on June 12th, 2024.
Is that carried? Inquiries, Councillor Troster.
Thank you, Mayor. During ongoing ward-level consultations with small business owners, business improvement associations, and other economic partners, stakeholders have expressed interest in how Ottawa's economic development grants compare to other Canadian municipalities. While legislation governing municipalities will vary province to province, this intent is to understand how many grants exist that are both exclusively directed to economic development and municipally funded, including the selection process for qualifying grants. Can staff please respond to the following questions? 1. Does Ottawa offer a similar number of grants for the purpose of economic development compared to other Canadian municipalities? 2, are there any plans to expand the number of grants offered for the purpose of economic development? 3, how many grants for the purpose of economic development do we offer that explicitly target equity-seeking groups? And 4, do the grants offered for the purpose of economic development incorporate equity-seeking groups to the same degree as other Canadian municipalities? Oh, and 5, what selection criteria exists for grants offered for the purpose of economic development? How do these criteria compare to grants offered in other Canadian municipalities? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other inquiries? All right, motion to adjourn. Councillor Bradley.
That the proceedings of the City Council meeting on June 12th, 2024 be adjourned.
Is that carried?
Carried.
Thank you, everyone. Merci beaucoup.
I still wave on Zoom, even though everyone's in the room. I'm
minuscule amount, they'll say 5%, 10%. You won't even notice a difference there. So it's until you actually had to go out and clean something out there that from, like I've done that before for somebody's house that passed away, that I had to get rid of like everything in there. So it's kind of like, you have, that's 100% thing, where something you might say, I want to start with this closet and maybe go with maybe 50%. And then see how that looks, see, and then
small group today.
Yep.
Good afternoon, everyone. Bonjour à tous. My name is Sebastian Tremblay, and I will be your moderator. Je m'appelle Sébastien Tremblay, et je serai
I'm
l'animateur.
Sebastian Tremblay. I'll be the moderator.
Order to ask their questions. You may ask one question with one follow-up. Par ordre alphabétique, j'invite maintenant chaque
I'll now ask all agencies to ask their question in alphabetical order. One question, one follow-up.
who your question is directed to, and if you're in council chambers, please use the microphone. Lorsque vous posez vos questions, veuillez indiquer à qui s'adresse votre question, et si vous êtes dans la salle du conseil, veuillez le faire au micro. We'll now start with, nous allons commencer avec Elise Skura at CBC Ottawa.
Take your time.
Thank you very much. Yes, we were just speaking in the hallway about the Live Nation announcement. So for my first question, Mr. Mayor, I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on what this might do to Ottawa's downtown.
I think it's very exciting. We talk all the time about how we need to bring more people downtown into the Byward Market, and this is obviously at an important juncture in our downtown. It's right at the corner of Sussex and Rideau and George Street, and so the opportunity to have a live music venue in downtown Ottawa of this nature is really exciting, and I think it shows that there are people who want to invest in the Byward Market and invest in downtown Ottawa, who see potential there, and if it proceeds, I think it will be a great attraction and will bring more people and more business to the Byward Market. So I'm very excited about it.
Could you also answer that in French?
Sure.
Thank you.
Alors, c'est très excitant.
Well, it's very exciting to think that we have the potential of a live music venue in the Byward Market in downtown Ottawa. We must try to attract more people to the Byward Market for economic development, for small businesses in the market as well. So if this initiative does go forward, it would be something that would be very, very exciting for Ottawa residents and for small and medium businesses and for economic development of the city as well.
Second question was about the other, I guess, substantive item that we discussed today at Council, the Ottawa Community Housing Annual Report. We heard a little bit about the successes from the last year, but also the challenges in terms of, the challenge of meeting the complex needs, the supportive housing needs. What do you think that the city and other levels of government needs to do to be able to support them over the coming years?
There's still a lot that we need to do, but we are making a lot of progress. As you know, in the last year, we have surpassed the number of supportive housing units has surpassed the number of shelter beds in Ottawa, which is a very positive sign. We need to keep moving in that direction. I'm really grateful to Ottawa Community Housing for all the work that they've done in our community in the last year, and they're it's an extremely well-run organization, and we heard about some of the great work that they've been doing in their AGM today. We need to continue to work together with other levels of government to fund more supportive housing, to build more supportive housing, to have the resources in place to assist those who are struggling in our community and reduce our reliance on shelters. So that work will continue. It'll be led by OCH, but by other community organizations as well. And we need the support of other levels of government to do that. We've received some support already, of course, but we'll need more in the future.
Could you answer in French as well?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Alors,
Yes, certainly. I'm very pleased. I was very pleased to hear the community housing report. The work has been very, very effective. We will continue to work with the other levels of government to build more supportive housing units. I'm very, very pleased that during this past year, the number of supportive housing units has surpassed the number of shelter beds in Ottawa. So that's real progress. But we have to do more, of course, and we can do that by working with our partners at the federal and provincial level.
Thank you, Elise. On va maintenant à Charles-Antoine Gagnon.
Charles-Antoine Gagnon from Le Droit newspaper. You have the floor, sir. Hello. This evening, there's an online meeting on active transportation and also on public transit on Bank Street and in the Glebe. There's a lot of congestion, especially when there are shows, events, sporting events, football games, for example. How can we improve traffic on Bank Street? Could the sidewalks perhaps be widened? What do you think the solutions might be as mayor? I don't have many details on the plan at this point in time, but I have spoken to Councillor Ménard on the issue of Bank Street. And I'm quite prepared to listen to the results of tonight's meeting. We must continue to improve transportation, cycle lanes, the sidewalks, and also the roads for motorists. We have to make sure there's better circulation of traffic when there are events at Lansdowne Park. So I'm ready to talk about the discussions and the solutions, rather, and to listen to the debate tonight at the meeting. And given all the development that's about to take place at Lansdowne, there are going to be many more housing units on the corner of Billings Bridge, for example. People use that as a throughway. Don't you think that it would be important to improve or enhance Bank Street in the Glebe? Well, it's important to do that. It's not easy to do, of course, but there are many challenges. There's not much space. It's limited. It's an old neighborhood. It's not a new neighborhood. So it's difficult, it's tough at that level. But I'm sure there are solutions for cyclists, for pedestrians, and for all residents who want to attend football, soccer, hockey games at Lansdowne Park.
Merci, Charles-Antoine. This concludes today's media availability. Ceci conclut le point de presse aujourd'hui. Thank you, everyone. Merci à tous.